Well, well, well. Ladies and gentlemen, it's that time once again. Welcome to D&D Friday of this month. 30 stream streak Omen, thank you very much. Let's go through the messages, and then I'll give everybody a quick little brief rundown of kind of what's planned here, and then we will go. Love the outfit, thank you. I figure this particular one-shot calls for a more solemn approach, and you'll find out why in just a moment. So let's go down the list. Mike, I see that you had a hydrate. Thank you very much. We're going to be needing that. Sleepy brain ain't doing that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. But that's what we're doing tonight, so I apologize. It'll be okay. Let's see. So we had Swain at the very beginning. That was quite nice. Omen, Forgetful, DJ, and Mike, of course, with the hydrate. There's Steel. Hello, Steel. Which one of the screensaver lines says that? I better go and like check that one of these times, but it's okay. And then we had Omen with his 30 streak there. Mobius is here as well. I think I said DJ already. Okay. We're going to have a small delay as we get things set up, because those of you that have been here before know the way that we do D&D on stream, in order to let the people in the actual game have a little bit of that immersion, is I have to kind of a weird setup on Discord to allow them to actually hear everything and not have a double feedback. So we're gonna go in there and we're gonna kind of get that done right now. I don't know if Famous and them have given the rundown of that, but I'm gonna do that. I also want to point out we have 8 people, and we will introduce them individually with their characters and stuff. We don't have a lot of time to go through intense, deep backstory this time, but we have time to go through some of it at least, so we will be doing some of that. I also was trying to find a good image for the meeting place, and I could not find one, so we're going to have to use our imaginations on that one. Yeah, we're not doing a 3-hour wait on that, so let's see. I think without further ado, we're just going to... There'll be some audio adjustments that'll have to happen, so I'm just going to kind of tone this down here a little bit. We're going to hop into Discord, make sure that's all working, and then we'll get the Discord end of it all going, and we should be good. Hello? Yeah, it's me. Oh boy, are we ready? Oh yes, father. Good, okay. So some of you already know this drill. For those of you that don't know, I'm going to share my screen so that everybody can see what's going on. But because of how my audio, like voice changer stuff works, I have to mute in Discord. So you're going to hear me through the actual stream sharing thing, which means we're going to have to kind of adjust audio, make sure everything is good. But if you are not looking at the screen, you will not be able to hear me. Good. Good. And I'm pretty sure you still get like a double feed right now, correct? Oh, you're not? Maybe. Okay, I'm waiting. Ah, yes. Okay, okay. Good, because you're going to need that for the music we're going to set in the background, and you're going to need it for everything else. Okay. None at all. Can you hear the music? Yeah, I haven't muted. Yeah. Okay, so... Oh, do I now? Did someone mess with things? No? You hear the double feed? Okay, yeah. So now I'm going to mute the microphone. And now everything should be good if you are watching it. Can you still hear me? Sounds the same to you? No change for you? Yeah, wow, huh? Yeah, you must be so cool. I can see that. Why not both? So you really are special, is what you're saying. Oh, that's fair. Okay. So I see only six out of the eight people I'm expecting here. So we'll give it a little bit to let everybody in. I can't actually see who's all spectating right now because my setup is way too thin wired right now. So if anybody knows who's not in, try to get them in. Do you count eight? Okay. Well, as long as everybody can hear me, we should be all right. That's okay. Okay, so just to give a quick little breakdown of what's about to happen here, unlike what we normally do, which is like meeting in a tavern, and getting a whole rundown of characters, you are all meeting at a specific location in the mountains. So this mountain picture is the best that I could find, basically. And unfortunately, it has a very sunny tone to it. I want you to just, theater of the mind. You're gonna imagine that it's not that sunny and idyllic. It's kind of, bleak and misty looking. All right. No, 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 no. It's a little happier than Washington. We haven't gone that far yet. Okay, let's a little less doom and gloom. Let's relax a little bit, okay? Jeez. It hasn't even started yet. Why are we so gloomy? Oh my gosh. Like, jeez. Well, I mean, the Eye of Sauron could exist in both places, but that's beside the point. Okay, so what we're gonna do here is we're just gonna kind of jump straight into it so that we get the one shot rolling, but we're also gonna get our character introductions and stuff. Unfortunately, I don't have a setup to show who is actively speaking right now. If we do these more often, I'll try to get something set up for that. So just no, for the sake of the beginning bit, make sure that you state your name, your character's name, give a little description of who you are as you're introduced here. Famous is going to be the last one for reasons that you'll find out in just a moment here. But everybody else should be showing up to this meeting place. I will describe the meeting place, and then when everybody's ready, you just, one by one, introduce yourself, your Discord name, character name, description, and then any defining characteristics that showcase your appearance, if you will. Any questions before we begin? Okay. Just a real. Okay. So while we're waiting for that setup, then audio levels, are they good? Is the music too loud, too quiet compared to me? Audio's great. Perfect. Okay. We will just tad down for the audio. No, you can't because yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if I gotta turn down, I can a little bit. I will try. It's a little finicky here. That went up. That was the wrong direction. How is that? Okay. Anybody else have any questions, concerns about that? Okay. While we're waiting for this setup really quick, I don't want to spend too much time waiting. We'll give it a few minutes before we start. Um, are there any questions? Anybody here that's new to D&D, new to, doing one-shots like this? Um, Anyone have questions for my particular DMing style that hasn't experienced it yet? This is the time to ask it. Oh, this is the wrong one shot to ask that question. I just I'm gonna give you a little disclaimer because the way this one shot has gone, this is actually a third part of an ongoing one shot, and the difficulty has greatly expanded. That's a large reason why levels were given to survivors of the previous one for returning characters. There is a fairly solid chance all of you could die. Even you. Yeah, okay, bud. Alright, bud. Me? I would never. Me? No, no. I mean, like, I wouldn't do it again. Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's not like it. Very good, very good. Yeah, so I thought about it, and I've decided I'm gonna surprise you because I didn't want you to get no ideas or nothing. So yeah, Omen, for your particular instance, what you're gonna do is you're gonna focus on your regular abilities as you normally leveled with a little bit of flavor to them. So instead of them coming from your fiend, as we talked before, they will actually be coming from your new patron, so to speak. Oh, is he suppressed? I don't. I don't see a server mute or anything on him. Hold on. Rolls. Oh, he's without rolls. That might be doing it. Yeah, but I don't have a server mute set here. So I just gave Gem an associate level. So maybe let's have Gem jump out and jump back in and see if that fixed it. Dark's already got that, so Dark's would just be a self mute. But Gem's one probably was an actual suppression that just needs to be jumped out, jump back in to just kind of reset it in Discord. It's kind of weird. No, the way that I have it set up is oh perfect. No, 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 no. I would only ignore your mama. Oh man. Okay, are we all joined up? Are we all good to go? Everybody's got their stuff sorted? Okay. Well, let's begin. Once more, you're envisioning this exact mountain range and the fields and forests beneath it, just with a much bleaker, kind of almost overcast and slipping into the night type of thing. The moon is partially peeking throughout the clouds that are above. It is a full moon, so you know that's always a good sign right there. And each and every individual party member, having received their letter and their medallions, are now meeting at about the center of the mountain where there is a symbol above a cave entrance that matches what is on the medallion. Whoever would like to arrive first, please do so at this time, and we'll just go one by one until everybody has arrived. Is is Omen going first, or is we cutting in line? Okay. All right, rewind a little bit. Introduce yourself first so that everybody knows the voice and who exactly this is that's addressing Andri. I know it's a lot. It's a lot to handle, but don't worry. I'm here to rein you in. Hi, Keith. Right on. Any other defining, characteristic traits? Anything you can think of at this point? Equipment, perhaps? Hmm. Okay. So you two have arrived at the meeting point. You can see there is a small clearing, completely cleared of all vegetation in front of the cave, with a couple of places that aren't really man made or artificial, but seem like decent places to sit some rocks, fallen logs, and the sort. You have arrived slightly early and not at the exact appointed time. Sit down! I'm sorry. What do you do? Yeah, you sit down outside! Oh, that's a fantastic idea, Mr. Hawthorne. Was it? Wow, that's so great. I'm glad Jiminy Cricket could lead you in the right direction. That is correct. Yes. Okay. All right. Who's next? We've got two members out of the seven that are arriving here. Oh, rock paper scissors. Either one. Perfect. Excellent. Who is Graham? Uh, I'm not sure I understand. Would you please explain? Is he on roids or something? Ah, I see. Very good. All right. Any defining, appearance things besides that, equipment wise? How does he portray himself? Hmm. Hmm. Okay. How do you approach the clearing? You can see there are already two individuals that have arrived at the meeting point. They seem familiar to you. All right. To the two that are there already, are you actively looking around, or are you just kind of, must have been the wind? What? Yeah, you bastard. I'm pretty sure it's both, actually. I, I think you actually dug the hole deeper. I'm a little impressed. All right. So, Graham has chosen to show up, not really say much, and just kind of fade in a little bit, little fly on the wall type of thing. Correct? Okay. Jem, your turn. Hmm. Ah, very kind, very kind. How did the rest of you respond to this eccentric newcomer? Dead silence. That's just rude, to be honest with you. Like that's cruel. I just imagine him just sitting there like, "Oh, be that way then. I'll just make it for myself." All right, who's next? Who hasn't gone yet? Let's see, who we not got? We've got Winterbark, hasn't gone yet. Richie and Kret. Okay, go ahead, Winterbark. Oh, hold on. You gotta describe yourself a little bit first here. Like, you follow the guidelines of the class. So, Discord name first. What's your gamer tag? Mm-hmm. Very good. For sure. Mm-hmm. You sound hot. No, 3, 1 shot. The Yushanka? Okay. Okay. You observe for a bit, you see the individuals down there. Do you choose to go down there and join them? You know, like a sociable individual? Okay, alright. Yep. Druids, man. They just get along instantly. Okay, so little eagle that could is over there hanging out with the other druid. We still have Richie and we have Kret. And just a disclaimer for those of you watching, this is a one shot, but this is the third part of a very extended one shot. So it's gonna get good. Chris, Chris, you ever open your mouth again, I swear. Oh, it's gonna get unholy too. Alright, I need either Richie or Kret to step up. Oh. Yeah, the DM doesn't see him either. I rolled a 1. Sure, yeah. Okay, so we got one with the 21. So while they're doing the rest of those rolls, Richie, if you would like to remain hidden, you will have to roll a stealth check against that active perception check. Keith, your eyes just glaze over. Okay, so Richie, you got a 20, is what you said? Dirty 20? Okay, and Winterbark got a 21. Okay, so Winterbark. Oh, and a 22. Ooh, okay, so 21 and 22. You guys do notice a particularly strange thing kind of hovering around the edges, kind of where the trees are still forming fairly thick. It doesn't seem like it's aggressive. You're not entirely sure exactly what it is, but you do identify something is over there. And and Richie, you are aware that those two do see you, but you can kind of see what they do in response. There's a screech. All right, Richie, you got that kind of response in your general direction. Do you play dumb? Do you lean into it? Do you just do nothing? Okay. That leaves us with the final meeting person, which is going to be Cret Titanus. Okay. Feeling a lot of nature vibes over there. Ah, yes. The nature is strong. Okay. Okay. So with everybody now having gathered in the general vicinity, you all wait for the appropriate time, and you can now enter the cave. Once again, the cave seems fairly nondescript, other than there is a carved symbol above the cave that is the same symbol shown on your medallions. It's a whole party of followers. Okay. You want to do a divine sense? Okay. Explain to me what you are trying to sense. Let me double check divine sense. Let me just double check the stipulations on divine sense. Okay. Ooh, interesting. Okay. No, I'll just tell you right here. You, strangely enough, do not sense either a strong evil or a powerful good. You sense, probably for the first time in your life, a truly neutral feeling. As you're all making your way in, I just want to point out I was just compared to Evil Kermit with my hood, so I want you to picture that as the narrator from now on. So that is now God in your world, alright? Continue. Okay? So just to be clear, everybody is now entering given kind of at their own pace, correct? Okay. When you enter the cave, you're... Yo, go ahead. The answer is no, it is not big enough. Your elk will have to remain outside for the meeting. Perfect. I feel like it's inviting all kinds of workplace accidents. Alright. As you all enter, obviously the ones in front will see this first, but you will all eventually experience the same things that I am describing as you enter into the meeting place. At first, the cave is extremely narrow and hard to kind of fit in. You that are larger amongst the group will find that you have to kind of bend down and kind of squeeze your way in a couple places, but eventually the cave entrance opens up to not even really a cave, but instead a long, deep ravine, deep within the mountain. The ravine is choked by roots and collapsed stones, and there at the end of the ravine, you see ruins, and they look ancient beyond measure. As you get closer to the ruins, you see that they are made out of a weathered marble with pillars that are half swallowed by earth and moss. The surfaces are carved with faded motifs and intricate knotwork that's unfamiliar to most of you. Portions of the structure have collapsed inward a long time ago, leaving only fragments of the domed ceilings open to the night sky above. Despite the decay, though, the place doesn't truly feel abandoned to you. As you enter into the ruins themselves, black candles burn within a few of the cracked alcoves without smoke or scent. Fine strands of silver hang between pillars, untouched by dust or wind. A strange, luminescent fungi grows in deliberate spirals across the old stone floor, of various colors, most of them being a deep purple and some a soft green. Most curious of all, though, are the murals that you see depicted all around. They portray a regal, dark haired goddess draped in flowing silks and surrounded by stars, weavers, and warriors kneeling in reverence. In one mural, she offers a silver thread to a wounded mortal. In another, she stands beside a great being whose web stretches between constellations overhead. The atmosphere is reverent, ancient, almost melancholy. And near the center of the ruined sanctuary rests a circular stone basin filled with perfectly still black water. And, standing on the other side of that same basin, is a figure. Now famous. That's you. You're the figure, yes. Okay. So you've described yourself and your name. How now do you address those who are entering the ruin? We waiting. I'm almost afraid to ask how botany has anything to do with that. Do you say this as the eagle still? So I don't remember seeing that. I'm pretty sure you just squawked at everyone repeatedly. I was gonna say I was gonna say the druids in the room will understand you because they all basically have speak with animals on at all times, but all right. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch it the first time. Could you? Okay. Yes, it is. Got. Ooh, disdain. Okay, okay. Ooh, he's a big word. Oh my gosh. Oh. Ooh, ooh. What's your last name? Vaconia Ramsey? Relax a little bit. Just just call her Vicky. I'm sure she'll love that. Uh... So Richie, as the cast light is shown above you and you come to the full light here, what does everybody see? Boy, he gonna eat you. Yes. All right. The strange woman that has hired your services is now walking out of the cave. What do you all do? Something's off about this place, but you can't put your finger on it. Any Sure? Yeah, do a nature check. Do a nature check. All right, go ahead. You look around the ruins. Oh, I'll get to you in a second, bud. Ooh. All right, so Mr. Winterbark, you look around the ruins. You don't really find anything that you would think of as particularly valuable or useful. You can tell there are signs that the temple, which you assume it would be, was looted at some distant point in the past, and anything that was left behind degraded over time beyond repair or even recognition. um, Mr. Mulberry, in your search for a rare plant, you end up instead finding, to your surprise, a very, very rare spider. You know nothing about this spider. It is unlike anything you've ever seen before. You also, you don't know what it looks like. It defies your very vision. And when you blink, it disappears. All right. Anybody else wanna want to take a crack at what's here? Sure, go for it. All right. You have a rock now. More or less, yeah. Go ahead, Graham. Sure. Yep. A 12. You look around and there is nothing to help you with your quote unquote situation. All right. Anybody else, or are we all now following the Madame Viconia out of the ruins? Yeah, Vicky, yeah. Okay. Go ahead, Richie. Keith, Andrew, you have no clue who this is. Would Keith like to try to remember with an intellect check, perhaps? With a 13, you vaguely remember your time in Brindlemark, that there was a couple of individuals there that you shared an experience with that was extremely traumatic. The name Richie does sound familiar to you, but you can't quite put your finger on a face. You definitely don't remember a werewolf. Eee. Yeah, lose it in the back. Puking, Winterbark, dumbass. Who? Err, rar, err. The sexual tension here is unreal. Can we get out of the ruin? Yeah, you're doing a lot of talking for walking out. My gosh. Ooh, the doofus. I like it. Okay. This whole conversation is taking place. You guys are on your way out. Viconia. Once you have left the ruins, you're out of the cave. What is your plan? What is your destination? Okay, so you are going to the next waypoint, so to speak. Okay. Honestly, facts. That letter is just genius. I just want to say that right now. Okay. So you're all on your way then to the garrison, correct? Okay. Now time for a mood shift. Oh boy. Let's see. Where's my... Ah, yes, I like this one. Music should have came back. All right. Yes. You travel for a few miles under the cover of darkness, and then you travel through the day And just as it is beginning to get towards the late afternoon, you arrive at what is known as the Southern Checkpoint. Laid out before you are large red tents, and a massive number of them, all taking place around a small village, blocking a major road, which you are assuming is heading to Brindlemark. They are bearing the emblem of the Iron Gauntlet. You can see multiple patrols all around the campsite and off to the left and to the right of your relative position. There is the equivalent of a medium-sized army right before your very eyes. You've all traveled here together in your various, modes of transportation, primarily on foot, Viconia leading the way, and now, about a half mile outside of this garrison town, what do you do? You have none. Alright, what is the consensus? Sure. What question? Yes. Alright, so Winterbark and Mulberry are on their way to go get a drink. What is everyone else doing? So forward. Alright, that will be a strength check just to make sure. Yee. So, Mr. Winterbark, almost like lightning, Viconia reaches over, grabs two of your fingers, and rips them off, snapping both of them in the process, but also snapping your wrist with just the sheer violence of the action. You take 5 points of crushing damage. Okay? Alright. Okay, okay. Anybody else? Okay, so are you divine sensing his fingers to repair them? I don't understand the divine sense bit here. Okay, so do your lay on hands while I describe what your divine sense reveals. It reveals nothing about the tavern, but you smell something. It's a familiar smell, but it's faint. Who can say? Who can say? It's just him as a result of his divine sense. Okay, you gotta give me the lay on hands though, like you gotta roll it. Yeah, it's not free. Or at least, is it roll, or do you have to tell me how much you're healing for? Hmm. Okay. Win- Winterbark. They do feel that they have been restored. Luckily, it was reattached quickly. Oh, Winterbark really is a rabid raccoon. Okay. Alright, so who all is entering the tavern and who all is staying outside at this point? Alright, just. Okay. On the outside of the tavern or within? There's a couple of little, like, wooden sticks and stuff from the thatch roofing that they could sit up on up high there. This whole party just hates each other. I don't understand. It's like you don't even care about the weather. He's a nepo baby of a druid. You guys are taking too long. Okay, so everybody's in except for Graham and Richie, correct? Okay, excellent. So the rest of you go into the tavern and you begin to do your rounds of collecting information, whatever it is that you choose to do. I'm sure some of you choose to go and drink, and some of you choose to go and mingle and talk with the crowd. What I want each of you to do for your respective desire, roll a flat 20 and hold that number until I come and ask you when I'm done with the people outside. So, coming to Graham and Richie on the outside, what do the two of you do while they're getting their rolls? Okay. How do you attempt to contact your patron? Okay. Alright, so just make sure I'm seeing this right. Okay. So, go ahead and roll and tell me what you get. A 21. Okay. So you sit there and you focus, you concentrate. And then, all of a sudden, you feel a connection. But you are surprised to find it is not your intended target.
You thought you could get away, little one, couldn't you? You thought you could get me? You're the one that broke our contract. You left me for that creature. You broke our agreement. You allowed it. And you should have died with your honor intact. I pray that is true for you. Because the moment that I find you, wherever you are, I will reduce you to a mound of flesh, and I will burn you for eternity in the 9 circles of hell. Keep believing that. Well,
And then he immediately breaks the connection, but not before sending out a psychic pulse, inflicting. Oh, jeez. Oh, Lord. Oh, boy. Oh. Yeah, 26 psychic damage. And you physically recoil from the blow. For some characters, yeah. Alright. And Richie, all that you see is him kind of staring off into the distance until his head kind of snaps back and he slams his head into the tavern and kind of slumps down, clutching his head in pain. Give me a perception check. Something's different. You can feel it, but you're in so much pain, you can't identify what changed. You do, however, hear Richie ask you that question. And Keith, your divine sense did go off for like 2 seconds, and then it was gone. different. You've actually never felt this presence before. Aww. Alright, you in the tavern, give me collectively your rolls. You can just kind of say them out. I'm gonna pick whoever's got the highest roll. Mm-hmm. Ooh, okay. Okay, some of you drank a little more than others, I see that. So, someone had an 18, did I hear that right? Mulberry, alright. So Mulberry, you with the most success, what was it that you were doing in the tavern during this time? Alright. So you order the food, they bring it to you remarkably quickly considering how busy the place is. You give it a little taste, and you find it pleasing. It is definitely very well prepared, however, you can tell that it's lacking certain spices to it that you would think would normally be available in a place like this. There isn't a bartender in sight, but you do spot a man at the bar that seems to sort of catch your eye. Something seems a little different about him. You keep calling out chef until eventually you hear a crashing in the kitchen, and you see someone come out with a comically large chef's hat and a big twirly mustache. He says, "What?" Oh, he has notes. Ah, he has notes. Of course he has notes. Yeah. What sort of notes do you have for one such as I? Will you do it after the closing time? You see, I'm very busy. Assault! You have assaulted me, knave! What the hell was this? It is choking my passageways. You fa- you you have found out the way. Do you even know the ecology of this environment? And the chef just scoffs, and he grabs this massive pint of ale, and he chugs it in one go and slams it down. Ah, at last I can breathe again. Now, never do that to a chef again. And tell me, what is it you want? Ah, he's curious. He's curious. Of course he's curious. There's plenty of people here to ask that can be curious. I am working. This is an off time for you. It is not an off time for me. Go ask somebody else in this place. Oh, you were saying? The chef's quietly counting the 20 pieces of gold. He takes one, he's kind of biting it, and he. Clearly, it is not a chocolate coin here. That's very good. Now, you were asking for one by the name of Hans, yes? Hmm. Well, I've got just the man for you. You see, there is one by the name of Hans within this very establishment. I have served him not too long ago, as a matter of fact. Indeed, yes. Oh, oh, certainly. And he simply just leans over to the strange man at the bar right next to both of you. Hans. And he, without saying anything, just waves his hand and just, mm-hmm. There's quite a few people working. Yes. Wah, wah, wah. And then the chef, with his 20 gold pieces, says, now, if you'll excuse me, I have a lot of work to do. And he sniffs the gold coin again and, magnifique. And he goes right back in. So, Mulberry, you have identified Hans, sitting basically right next to you at this point, because you came up and talked to the chef. Sure. Without, checking him out. Yes, of course. Mm-hmm. The 15, okay. What you see from this Hans is that he is wearing a cloak over himself, covering his face and most of his body. The only thing that you can really see are his arms at this point, one grasping a pint of ale that he's been slowly working on, and the other hand just kind of sprawled out, supporting himself. What you see, however, on his arm is that he is clearly wearing chain mail, and he wears gloves of a both utilitarian but also an intricate design. There are patterns upon the gloves that you have never seen before. You don't recognize them. Absolutely. Absolutely. As did the rest of the party that's within the tavern. I'm sure you have. If you put anything in my drink, I'll make sure that you're acquainted with the ground outside. He kind of swirls his mug a bit, he takes a sip, and then he. And why is it that you're looking for Hans in particular, if you don't mind me inquiring? Sure. Okay, roll your check. Correct. He's trying to pickpocket this guy. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's only for stealth. That's not for sleight of hand. So it was a what? Yeah. Which do you use the same hand that Viconia ripped off earlier? That's your good hand? Okay. Yeah, you reach thinking that you've got this. This is like one of the best and smoothest moves you've ever done. And then before you can even blink, he's got your hand in his, and you find this man feels a lot larger than he looks. He's got your hand in a very tight grip. He's got it right at the wrist and pulling it towards you. And he's bent you down onto your knee, and he is towering over you, and you see through his cloak as he's looking at you a man that has a clean-shaven face and a bald head with an iron crown that has no prongs and is just a simple band. The front of him is a tunic, and on the front of that is the sign of a massive griffin. And he looks at you, and you feel as if the very earth itself is weighing down on you. He doesn't say a word. What does Winterbark have to do? What's the save? I got great news. He's a druid. He's got this. It's in the bag. Okay. So Mr. Hans, as you've identified him now, is definitely a very imposing man, and he's got you in a little martial wrist lock, and he's waiting for you to say something. While you're arguing, Hans simply pushes Winterbark, using the wrist as a leverage point, into your table, and then just kind of leans against the bar and says, "I'm not looking for money." Well, that entirely depends on why you've all come here to seek me. And he is staring at you, and you guys notice he has some of the most striking, steely blue eyes that seem to almost softly glow under his hood. That is correct. What are your intentions upon entering Brindlemark? Hmm. What do you know of what's beyond the quarantine zone? That is correct. The forest, what's left of it that isn't already dead, is dying, as is most of the land beneath it, and the creatures that once lived there. If you enter that zone, you will die. I'm not comfortable speaking about it here in public. If I'm to go anywhere, I am going back into the zone. Not yet. I need to know something first. Let's say hypothetically you were in a place that was unfamiliar and you had no way of returning home, save but for one method. What would you do if it meant that you doomed an entire world to get home? Hypothetically speaking, of course. Yes? Hans leans forward and he says, "The only thing that I'm looking for is for people that are capable of surviving long enough in there to achieve my objective. If you, I cannot tell you that until we've entered the zone." Very well. And he stands up and he begins to walk out of the tavern. "Follow me, but know that where we go, it is likely the last road that you will ever walk." And then he exits the tavern. Okay. So so everyone's now exited the tavern, and as we all exit the tavern here, what do Richie and Graham do? Hans walks out, sees you two, and he just keeps walking. He is not bothered in the least. Excellent. So everybody is now following Hans, correct? Okay, everything seems pretty stable and normal. Nothing. Yes. I mean, you fart, but you're probably nowhere near enough on the outside with all the rain. He probably did. Nothing happened. I mean, you can roll perception if you would like to try to identify the fart, but over that rain, it's gonna be a pretty high roll. Okay. Hans continues to walk, regardless of whether you are following him or not, and you find to your surprise he goes deeper through the town and over to what appears to be the actual impromptu gatehouse. And he walks right up to the gatehouse and is stopped by the guards at the gatehouse. This gives you guys time to catch up if you so choose. As you get closer, you don't really hear what the conversation is, but you can see the guards are clearly hesitant to allow him to go in. They see you all coming up and they kind of hush a little bit. And you all get close enough just to hear in time, I'm leaving. They're coming with me. If you choose to stop us, that is your funeral. The guards think for a moment, and then one of them leans over, whispers, "Get the garrison commander." And one of them scurries off to go and get their chain of command, and Hans simply nods, folds his arms, and he waits. What do you all do now while you're waiting here at the very gatehouse leading into the quarantine zone? No, there's multiple guards around, but only two of them moved out to actually talk and engage with him. There's multiple all over. Well, he ran like a human being, just, kind of like his tail tucked between his legs, a little bit of a in shame. No, why would you ask? There's no rodents here. Say what? Oh, yes. Crack. Pew. As you're having this discussion, the garrison commander then does come forward, also a very large and imposing man, and then takes Hans aside and they begin to have a very heated discussion off to the side. They are making an attempt to keep it hushed. They are. A lot of the guards kind of turn towards you at the sound of your voice, but then when they see that you're all kind of sitting there waiting at the gatehouse, they almost immediately do their best to look away from you. Ah, that's a question, isn't it? You may roll perception to see what their demeanor is, if you wish. Every single guard is afraid. None. Yes, but the elk seems nervous. He just kind of is fidgeting. in the middle of your discussion here, you suddenly hear the garrison commander, Hans, if you do this, you are going to die. And you see Hans is just storming over towards you, and he just says over his shoulder, I would rather be dead than live where I don't belong. And then he storms past the guards and he says, we have permission, let's go. The guards, for a moment, look at the garrison commander, who, after a moment's hesitation, he sighs and looks defeated, and just waves the guards to let all of you by. So, do you follow Hans? No. Sure. If you would like. Rats? No, there's... We haven't seen any wildlife in weeks. Yeah. He holds his hand out. If you're going in there, you might as well give me all of your money. Because you're not coming back with it. That's what my best friend said. And then he just turns away from you and he just stares off, holding his spear and just seeming a little sadder than when you saw him earlier. You're casting what? Say again? Ooh. Okay. Does that require a roll? Excellent. Roll a flat 20. $19. You cast, and the vegetation around your cast seems to spring to life with a vibrance that you have never seen before, almost like there's an energy source beneath the very ground itself, just waiting to burst forth. And then, as quickly as it grew, you watch it wither and die before your very eyes. You... Sure. 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 17, 16, okay. Did we was that 3 nature checks, 1 divine sense, or you got 9? Okay. Okay. All of the druids, yes, all of the druids collectively can feel the very ground beneath them. The life energy that is normally there is faint, and you feel that it is pulling like it's being sucked towards the center. For the divine sense, nothing has changed. There's still some strange smells, but nothing has changed. I believe the nothing has changed would answer that question. I believe the nothing has changed will answer that question. Okay. So you all follow Hans through, nobody stays behind? Okay. Sure. There's no one but the guards around, though. You do, however, notice all of the guards have taken a moment to watch all of you leave. You can't help but feel that there's almost a sense of reverence and admiration coming from them. No, because God didn't hear that. So as you're riding past the gate, you can ask a question now. And he kind of shudders a little bit as he walks forward, and I've, I've seen, I know this place. I know it was home. I know home. Home was here. I migrated here frequently, yes. I've seen. I know. I I grew. Gone. All gone. Okay, and with that having gotten past the garrison and into the quarantine zone, we can take a short little break here because Famous needs to go put kids to bed. Oh, at 10? I thought you said 10 minutes. Oh my goodness gracious. Alright. Disregard. Carry on. You all follow Hans deeper in, and as you get farther away, you hear what sounds like horns blowing back at the garrison. A long, drawn out sound that sounds almost like someone lamenting. Until eventually you reach the edge of a dead forest. And Hans is waiting for you by a tree. Yes, we're going to the center. Of it all. Where it all began. That is correct. They are dead, Druid. Yes. No. The only thing that you need to know is that I need to get to the center. For your sake, and for everyone else's sake. Any other questions before we enter the woods? That's, I got a little carried away there. I'm not from around here. It was kind of it was kind of the soldiers to have so much care for one such as I, but I do not belong here. No. I think it has a chance, but I'm not counting on it. Any other questions? I agree. And Hans takes a few steps onto the road, and then he stops and he turns and says, "This is going to sound very strange, but I cannot be the one to lead the way. It has to be you, all of you." Mm-hmm. Ouch. As Viconia starts to walk ahead, Hans just kind of turns to look at the rest of the party and he gestures after her. After you. Hans Hans falls into the back of the party now. Okay, Viconia, you have taken the lead. As you walk deeper into the woods, the trees are larger and larger, but every one of them is still dead. They appear to you to have been dead for quite some time, relatively speaking. As you walk, you feel almost like a small voice in your head, kind of reminiscent of Han's line of questioning, and it asks you to make a choice. Grow or reflect? You walk for a bit. You feel something almost tugging at you. Then you feel another small question. Nurture or decease? And then for some reason, my music didn't repeat, and now we've got random cannon noises in the background. I'm pissed. No, that's bullshit. Okay. Okay, we fixed it. Alright. After those questions, you feel like a headache beginning to take hold. And then the rest of the party begins to feel the same headache, slowly getting stronger. And the more that you think about it, the more that you think you need to stop and take a small rest. Keith, something stinks. It's strong now. Oh man. As you move your head and craning it slowly, you find the headache is getting worse and your vision is blurring, impairing it. You could, but the headache is so strong now that it forces everybody to take a knee and clutch their heads in pain as you close your eyes. Then, as suddenly as it came, it's gone. When you look around, the wood is no longer dead. But it is not wood anymore. You find the trees themselves seem to slowly open up mouths with teeth and tongues. Puddles that were forming from the rain now begin to boil. You can almost feel the stench. Now the same smell that Keith was smelling, everyone smells. Rot, decay, mold, mildew, growth. And you feel eyes watching you. Send it. Also send it. Okay, we got a 16. Okay, okay. Ooh, excellent. 19, okay. All of you rolled high enough. Those of you that rolled, you notice one of the trees nearby seems to be moving in a way that doesn't seem like the rest of them. And then, Winterbark, with your eagle eyes here, you look closely and realize that is not a tree. That's a person. Just off on the side of the road, covered in boils and pustules, some of which have popped and are oozing pus. But you don't hear him moaning. He seems almost smiling. Hans seems to be clenching his jaws. He says, "Of all the places." And he just looks at you and says, "We need to go fast." As you start to move, the humanoid creature thing lurches onto the road and says, "Wait, wait, where are you going?" And he collapses with a wet splat onto the road. His hand is reaching out. You can see the very bone beneath it as the flesh has eaten itself away. "Don't leave. Don't leave yet. I have so much to tell you. There are secrets here. Secrets that you could uncover. Such flora and fauna as you have never felt or seen. Please, listen to me." Do you have any idea where you where you are, where you stand? You have been chosen and blessed above all others. There are few among any that live who have not taken an oath, who have come upon the garden of Nurgle. Blessed are you. You have been chosen. Please. Oh, you don't know. You don't know Grandfather Nurgle. My appearance? No, this is a sign of his blessing. I am being changed right before your eyes. Soon I will take on a higher form. He promised it to me. And Grandfather would never lie. Not to me. You are receptive. He's all around us. This very garden. He's cultivated it, and he's made it something precious of his own. Look, gaze into the water and you'll see." And he points over to a small pond off the road. Okay. Go ahead and roll that. And Andrew, what were you saying? Okay. You can feel nature all around you. It is vigorous. It is abundant. It permeates the very air around you far stronger than you have ever felt. But it's also dead. The man The man on the road twists his neck inhumanly, almost a full 180 over his shoulder with a loud snap. And he snarls, "Nurgle is nature. He is the beginning and the end. He is." It's like a medium-sized pond. It'd be probably about like 150 feet, 150 feet across. Hans is in the back, and you can see he has pulled out a large book. And he seems to be mumbling to himself and reading from it. Roll perception. Okay. Okay, Viconia's on her way to the pond. Oh, oh, okay. We got people going to the pond. Oh, good. All right. Okay. Who else was perceiving the mumblings? Perception. Okay, we got 21. Not perfect. Excellent. Okay. So those of you collectively that are perceiving what he is saying, you can see that he is reciting lines from the book, and all you can catch in this moment at your distance is lines that seem to kind of go along protection, religious. You can't identify any names or specific patrons at this point, but it seems to be an incantation specifically meant to safeguard against illnesses and disease. For those of you that were looking at the book, you notice that it is a large tome. And on the front of it, there is the symbol of a hammer. For those of you that have gone to the pond, what do you do when you have approached the pond? Does anybody else want to do something before that blood is spilt? You seem pretty enraptured with the mumbling man with the book. I doubt you even see what's going on. You can't have everything. Alright, we have someone grabbing a vial. What are we doing with said vial? What did you collect? Okay, so you got the pond water then. Alright. Anyone else before we slice the hand? Okay, Viconia. When you slice your hand, how deeply do you slice it, and how much blood do you drip? Okay. As the blood makes contact with the water, you can see that the water itself starts to take on a different color. At first, just a discoloration from the blood, but then rapidly the entire pond begins to get darker. To everyone that is watching, to your horror, you realize the entire pond is now suddenly blood itself, and it's beginning to bubble and boil. And the man on the road starts to giggle to himself. Oh, you have given such a great gift. You have added to Nurgle's pot. You have bestowed upon him a most precious ingredient. Never before has he seen such blood as yours. I wonder what he will concoct. The man simply looks at you, Viconia, and he speaks softly, but then you feel his very voice in your mind as you hear,
He is already here.
Against your will, Viconia, your head snaps to the pond, and you see a great face in the pond, filled with teeth, smiling at you. Without saying a word, all of a sudden, a great monstrosity bursts out of the pond, and you find yourself confronted with something truly horrific. Now I just have to find. Oh yeah, oh yeah, this thing is pretty massive. I gotta get a good picture of it because I wasn't expecting y'all to get here. All right, there you go. There it is. That is a plague toad. Everyone roll initiative, if you wouldn't mind. Yes, if you like. Okay. Alrighty. So let's just get the wrist. Okay, let's see. Who got 11? I need the name. Correct with an 11, okay? And that is Mulberry. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, we need to do. All right, everyone's leaving. My gosh. And then our happy little plague toad with a 5, and Mr. Hans. With an 18. Okay, now we gotta wait for everybody to catch up here. Now let's do a little order. Back, I'll do this so everybody can see the turn order as we're putting it together. Negative. Yeah, the answer is no. Let's see. It's okay. It's okay. It just means that you'll be the last one to go, which means you get to see what everybody else does. You ever seen this feller before? Uh-oh. Perfect. Yeah, arborology will definitely help you with fauna. For sure. Go ahead, roll it. Yeah, see what you get. 17. That thing is definitely not a tree. Ooh, that might be something now. Nat 1. That thing is definitely not a tree. Sure, go for it. No, but you would have to engage in conversation, not just, hey, I want to speak at it. It grins a wicked, massive, toothy grin, and then just burps. As you're talking, a massive maggot looking thing just kind of falls out of its mouth. Ah. Speaking of identifying, oh, your elk is petrified. Literally, it is not moving. Keith, your divine sense deal. This thing is disgusting. But underneath that, you sense a semi-familiar scent. It smells like a demon. You're a paladin. You say you've never encountered a demon being a paladin? Oh, you've never seen a demon like this before, but you sense inklings of demonic influence. Oh yes. Oh yes. I mean, his turn hasn't come yet, now has it? Yeah, since you know we're since the person at the top of the turn order is the one that left. Man. He looks down for a moment at the maggot, the massive maggot that fell out of his mouth, and then his tongue snaps out and grabs the maggot. He just starts crunching it. Yes, yes, yes. Hans is completely ignoring all of you. He has completely fallen apart now. His flesh has just fallen off of his bones, and you can see his bones, now that he's been fully, flayed open, are just filled with maggots within the very marrow itself. The man was dead long before he talked to you. Sure. He catches it mid-air, and the tongue itself just eats it before it ever reaches its giant mouth. It takes that massive tongue and it licks the area around its mouth, and then it licks its eyeball, and then it grins again. Oh yeah, is Viconia and Graham back yet? What about Graham? Has Graham made his way back? Okay. Well, I'm tired of having to sit here with an initiative and now nothing's happening. So, oh wait a second, I forgot to. That's not famous. That's Viconia. There we go. How so? Well, let's try. Let's try to get to him. We'll try to get to him here. All right, Viconia, go ahead. Oh, it's up on the bank. All right. Okay, that does hit. Eight damage. Okay. All right. Okay. Anything else? Sure. Mm-hmm. Okay. So you come up, you hit it with your searing smite, and it recoils and kind of hisses. You can see the flames, scorching its flesh at the point where you impacted it. Anything else? Okay, we get over to Hans, and Hans, still mumbling to himself and reading from the book, begins to walk slowly towards the rest of the party. And now he's got one hand raised with it, and you can see that the chainmail and the tunic around him start to almost lift up, like there's an anti-pressure going on around him. And as he gets closer, you all start to feel different. But nothing happens until his next turn. So, Winterbark. Alright. That does hit. Is it? Okay. Okay. 10 cold damage. Your Ray of Frost goes out, it hits it, square on the side of the face, and it recoils from that as well, also hissing at that, and then gets back on its feet. Okay. Anything else? Okay. Keith. I mean, everything looks alien and different here. You wouldn't be able to tell if there was something sneaking up on you unless it, like, screamed in your face that it was sneaking up on you. Alright. And is that your turn? Okay, Richie. Oh my goodness. What? Helping would be your action. Okay, Richie. Okay, you're hitting it with a melee weapon, correct? Correct, okay. 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 Okay, that will hit. Okay. So you come up, you give it 2 hits with your sword, foreswing, backswing with it, and on your second swing, you slice off its front left leg. And it again hisses and recoils a bit from it, but stays up on its other 3 limbs. It doesn't look very happy. Alright. That will hit. What is the nature of this predatory strike? Yeah, what are you attacking with? Your claws. Perfect. Okay. You do the damage, you connect. I need you now to roll a constitution save. Ooh. The second that your claws make contact with this beast, you feel flesh rip from it. And then it doesn't fall out of your claws. To your horror, you realize the flesh is now stitching itself into your claws, and it begins to immobilize your hand. You take an immediate 16 poison damage. You have disadvantage on all attacks until this ailment has been cured. And you can feel it slowly eating away at your hand. Alright, Graham. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're just like a few steps away from it. Okay. Is it a 14 or is it a 23? Alright, that hits. Okay. So that hits. Okay, that hits. Okay, this thing on its three limbs now recoils much more aggressively, but still gets back on its feet and seems extremely motivated to kill now. Okay, correct. Okay. And what does lesser restoration involve? Is it touch? Is it spoken word? It's touch, okay. Alright, so you enlarge him, he gets bigger. You'll notice as you do that, the thing attached to his hand also enlarges alongside it. Do you still go forward with lesser restoration? Okay, roll how much you heal for. 8. Perfect. Richie, you gain 8 HP. Now, Kret, give me a constitution save. To your utter horror, as you pass healing and life magic into Richie, you see a large chunk of the flesh on his hand suddenly leap at you and connect to your right shoulder, and it immediately begins to eat into it, ripping immediately through any clothing, the scales that you have, and getting right down to your flesh until you feel it bite into your bone. You take an immediate 14 poison damage, and your right arm is now considered incapacitated. Alright, Andri, there is a horror scene unfolding before you. Okay. There's so many noxious fumes around, it's hard to tell. Okay. Alrighty. Roll to hit. 17. That will hit. Twelve damage, okay. Sure, go for it. Okay. How much of that original damage roll was flame and how much of it was piercing? I've... Okay, so what's the total damage of each damage type? Because it should be piercing and flame, correct? Okay, so what... Okay, you can just tell me the total for the piercing. Okay, and then the total for the flame. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed there. Okay, anything else? Okay, and how does Sir Featherington attack? Alright, roll to hit. Okay, unfortunately, he flies down, and his attack does not do anything meaningful. However, he will now have to make a constitution save. Okay. Can I get that constitution save? Your bird your your bird swoops down and tries to attack this plague toad, and it glances off the side, but it makes just enough contact that you see your bird fly for a bit, and then its wings almost kind of lock up as it experiences excruciating pain. And it falls between you and the toad. And that bird has taken 9 poison damage immediately. It's poison damage. I mean, if friendship can be magic, I guess anything can be magic if you articulate it enough. But for the purposes of what you're thinking, it was 9 poison damage. It was 9 poison damage. Mm-hmm. PEMDAS, PEMDAS. Okay. Bird is down, Andri. Is that the end of your turn? Okay. It's the Plague Toad's turn now. Ooh. Yeah. Unfortunately, to your utter amazement, it sits there for a brief moment, and it kind of almost curls up into a ball and it shudders, kind of gurgling as it does. And then it shoots out a new left limb. And you can see that parts of the fire damage that you guys have done have begun to heal. It still shows signs of damage, but it seems like it has recovered significantly from it, and it gives you another wicked grin. And then it takes in a deep breath as it sort of balloons itself. And then it compresses suddenly, and all of the people within melee range must now make another Constitution save. I believe there was 4 that went to the lake, unless I'm mistaken. Maybe it was 3. 17, 16, okay. 19, okay. 14. Alright, I've got... It was said 15? Okay. Alright, I've got fantastic news for all of you. None of you passed. So, collectively, you will all share the same effect. You take an immediate... Oh, jeez. 19 points of poison damage, once again. You also feel your lungs are now constricting slightly. Your movement speed is now halved, and your ability to defend yourself is impaired. You take a -2 to AC until you can get out of the poison cloud. And you can almost hear the toad gurgling and laughing to itself. And it ends its turn. And we go down to Mulberry. Okay. Okay. Your elk is from you or from the toad? Did you go up to the toad? He would be about 35 feet from you then. It is petrified. It is effectively paralyzed, yes. that the end of your turn? Okay. Okay, just checking. Okay. Okay, Viconia, it is your turn once again. It, remember, your movement speed is halved, and you are having a hard time seeing right now. Tick-tock, Mr. Bond. Alright. Alright. He hit a 16. Grandfather Nurgle is very wise, as are his children. Yes. Alright, on your next turn, you will be able to breathe once again and regain your full movement speed. Is that your turn? Okay. Alright, Hans has now walked closer to the group, and he is now beginning to chant much louder, and you don't understand because he is speaking in a language you do not recognize. And as he's speaking, you can see the air around him is beginning to kind of shift and flow around him, and his eyes begin to glow with this bright, shining golden light. And he lifts up a warhammer above his head that is also now glowing, and he seems to be preparing something, but it doesn't trigger this turn. We go down to Winterbark. Mm-hmm. Ah. Interesting. And what is the purpose of your animal friendship? Alrighty. So what does animal friendship count in terms of spell types? Enchantment? Okay. Okay, so it is an enchantment and it's wisdom based. Okay. Go ahead. Okay, so I have to roll the wisdom save throw, yeah. I have to roll the saving throw, yeah. I forgot. Um it is a 17. Okay. And this, let's see, what does this do? Beast you can see within range. And verbal somatic, morsel of food. Okay, so what it says here is you need a morsel of food, so you would be handing it food, basically. Yeah. On the component section has a VSM and then has parentheses for a morsel of food. You see that? Okay. So, just to clarify, this means that you were holding out your hand with some food in it, trying to befriend it while in the midst of combat with it. Right. But it's a toad. Correct. Which, it uses that tongue with its teeth on it, and it can easily clear that 30 feet with it. And it reaches out and not only grabs the food in your hand, but it also latches onto your hand. And you can feel the teeth starting to dig in to your hand. You now, once again, must do a Constitution saving throw. That is the name of the game right now. Given that you were willingly putting your hand out and offering it something, you probably weren't intending to dodge it. I'm gonna say no. That is correct. 19! Ooh, okay. This one, you actually are able to resist it. You will still take an immediate 9 points of poison damage, but nothing actually stays on there, and after it has taken the food from your hand and it scratches up your hand really good and leaves that little bit of poison, the tongue retracts. Where are you standing? Your Hans? About 30 feet. Okay, Winterbark, is that your turn? Okay. I don't think he's very offended by that. Okay, now Keith. Okay, so you're closing within distance, melee distance of the toad? Okay, as you get within 15 feet of it, make a Constitution saving throw. That is correct. If you're willing to stake your abilities on that and your livelihood, then carry on. Sure. That is correct. Mm-hmm. 21. You do not save. You take. Oh. Yes, of course. Hmm. No, you save on that one. Yeah, in the future, I don't want to hear. Yeah, I don't want to hear the number unless it is your final answer. I will not accept changes anymore. Okay, so you save. You will still take an initial hit of 12 poison damage, but there are no lingering effects. You were able to breathe and move freely. Okay, do you continue to close the distance? 15 feet. Right at the edge of the poison cloud you just had to roll save for. Would that be by closing the remaining 15 feet? Okay, I'm just checking. Excellent. That will hit. That did hit. All right, is that all one damage type? Hello? No. All of it? Okay. Is that your turn? Okay, that will hit. Uh huh. Uh huh. Slashing, okay. All right, that it? What's your normal movement? None. Correct. Okay, it is Richie's turn. And Richie, at the beginning of your turn, you do take another 6 poison damage, and you feel this thing eating into your hand deeper. All right. Yes. Ooh, that one hits. Yep, that hits. Okay. The second hit. Okay. That should be correct, yes. Okay. Do you have another attack? Negative. That does not connect. Okay. And how much do you heal for? Oh, okay. Alright, is that your turn? Alright, Graham. And Graham, do you have nasty poison stuff on your limbs or anything right now? I don't remember. Graham? Okay, so with the fog, let's see, you were one of the ones at the initial bit that failed it, right? Okay, so you have to roll the Constitution save again now. Yes. Oh, okay. Very nice. Okay, so you do fail that. You continue to have the debilitating effects of the cloud as described before, and an additional 9 poison damage inflicted upon ye. Okay? Okay, they both hit. Okay. Okay. And where are you going? So you're going to Misty Step 15 feet. Okay. So you do that, you're at the edge of the fog now. You'll have to wait till your next turn to see if you recover out of that fully. Alright, that takes us to Kret. And Kret, you have the growth on your shoulder, correct? Okay. So you now need to make a constitution save. Okay. So it continues to eat deeper into your shoulder. Its debilitating effects still hold true, and you will take 8 poison damage on top of that. Yes. Yeah, there's a bunch of you just like right next to it, basically. Two of you are basically within like 1 to 2 feet of it in melee range, and two of you are within 15 feet, just at the edge of that. And then everybody else is about 30 feet away. Okay? Not this time, no. Okay, we're looking at Andri now. It is no longer burning. Alright. It unfortunately hit the horn on its head instead. Alright. Seven total. Alright, this one just kind of sails past it. It's moving a little too quickly and the fog's making it kind of difficult to see exactly where its bulbous mass is. He is in pain. He has to make another constitution save. No. Because you're still over at the toad, yeah? Yeah, it's not within 10 feet of you. Hey, alright. So, it takes a slight bit more poison damage at the end of 6, but then manages to shake off the rest of the illness that was befalling it, and if it is still conscious, is able to fly again. Sure, certainly. Okay. Hey, roll to hit. That is a miss, and because it flew into the poison cloud in order to hit it, we'll have to roll another constitution save. Fails. Nine poison damage, and now once again has a lingering effect, constricting its lungs and reducing its movement speed, in this case its flight speed. Unless it is unconscious. Alrighty. So still able to fly around right now, but it is suffering greatly. Negative. With its movement speed reduced, it cannot reach you this turn. Yeah, where do you want him to glide to? Just behind you? And he's making contact with the ground? Just a question. Okay. That your turn? Alright, your focus is on the Plague Toad. Your bird friend has fallen somewhere behind you. Alright, Plague Toad's turn. The Plague Toad now is taking that massive wet tongue. It's kind of licking its teeth a little bit. It looks hurt, but it's definitely eager right now. And in its eagerness, it will turn over to Keith and will attempt to bite him. Ooh, with a natural 1. Oh, what a shock right there. As the plague toad goes to try to bite you, it slips on the slippery bank that's been kind of standing on, and it instead embeds its teeth down into the ground, and the force and weight of it going down slices its tongue off. The tongue is now wriggling over on the side, and it seems to be silently screaming with the teeth on it, as the plague toad also recoils and writhes on the ground in pain. It's now Mulberry's turn. From the what? Were you standing next to the toad still? You are too far away to even see the bird right now. Alright, alright. Let's see. And, oh, wait. Cure Wounds is a touch, yeah? Alright, roll Constitution. Mm-hmm. Yes, he would be. You got a 20. Ooh. Oh, by a miracle, you do not contract the disease, and you are able to heal for the full amount. Two. Oh, 14. There you go. Much better. Alright. Is that it? Okay. We are back up to Viconia. Okay, that will hit. Okay. Alright. Okay. As you are all in your dire straits here, Hans, now with a glowing golden glow in his eyes and his hammer raised high, his voice begins to raise, and then you hear him utter one word. He shouts out, Gall Miraz! And then he slams the hammer down onto the ground, and everything around you explodes. You all fall to the ground, dazed and shaken. And then, when you look up, the garden is gone. And so is the toad. Pay no mind to that one. Later on that one. Yeah, pay no mind to those ones. Later. You do not know at all what that could possibly mean. You are back in the dead forest now. Pay no mind to the Garrus thing. I don't have a good forest picture right now, I'm afraid. But just imagine the rain. Oh, the rain. Alright. And he snaps his book shut and hooks it to a chain by his side that you all failed to previously see, and then hooks the warhammer he had to his right side. And he simply says that was a very bad place. And we are fortunate to be back here. And then he continues to walk forward a bit, stopping on the road, turning to you, and then motioning after you. Did what vanish? Yes, when you look down, it has all completely dissipated and faded. You can still see the wounds left behind, but it's almost as if the very substance that was eating away at your flesh was just blown away. Still hurts, though. Hans is sitting on the road waiting for you guys to move. Oh, where indeed. You look around. The owl's nowhere to be seen. Hans looks at you gravely and he says, if it died in that garden, it's not your owl anymore. You wish you had an owl. And Hans motions down the road. We should continue. Hans has gone to the back of the pack again, and he's actually walking beside Andri. And as you're walking, Hans just leans over and says, I understand your pain. But loss is inevitable on this road. You have to be ready to lose everyone. And at your silence, he then simply nods, and then he just walks forward a bit to give you some space. Sure. A lot of dead trees. Those trees are very dead, Mr. Arborist. Very, very dead. Alright, your elk is no longer petrified, but is still very afraid, but is able to move. Hmm. I saw that garden before. The garden ate my family and my herd. No. No. I don't know how I survived. Okay. Okay. Move on. Alright, so apparently. Yeah, Vicky's power went out, it looks like, and unfortunately, Vicky is kind of a key character. So they said they're loading back, but I'm not sure if that's actually happening. Hello? Welcome, welcome. What did you miss? Oh, he probably can't hear me. Tell him we can hear him. Tell him. That's basically all that you needed to know. No, no, it's all good. Yeah, 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 yeah. Hans shakes his head and says no. Hans chimes in, the owl would be fortunate if it is dead. Hans gravely looks at you and says, we can't stop. If you have to eat, you have to eat on the way. We have to make it to Brindlemark as fast as possible. We've covered half the distance. There's about 2.5 more miles to go. And Hans again waits for everybody else, and then he takes up the rear once again. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure how big you think that elk is, though. Um, there's 9 of you. I mean, you could certainly try that. For reasons I can't say, I would recommend against it, though. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Absolutely you can. Okay, at this point, as you're walking down the road, 2.5 miles out to go, I am noticing the time is a little bit late here, and with how long it took us to fight a singular monster, I am going to warn you that there is a sequence of events that will be coming up that may take a while. Are we prepared for that, or do we need to find another day with more time? Okay. Hmm. Yeah. I was gonna say it's pretty late for a lot of people. Ouch. It's just not. Okay. If it would be easier, there is a way that we can kind of speed run this and get it done tonight within the next hour. Would you guys like to try that, or do you want to try to go for more of the story filled and allow for exploration? Okay. Okay. Boo. What's this? What's the 6th? Is that next Saturday? I could do that. Yeah, that would work for me. Okay. That is true. I would be willing to do that so that people can be up to date on it and stuff. Um, just just to double check, is there anyone here that would not be able to do the 6th? Okay. Let's how about this? We will I bet you were. Uh let's do we'll have to figure out a time. I don't know like how open people's schedules are on that, but we'll form like a Discord chat to kind of like discuss the time frame of that. Yeah. Like I said, we can try to do something. Yeah, we'll try to do a time that works for everybody. We might try to shoot for like midday ish to give us, as much time as possible. Because like I said, I wouldn't normally tell you guys that there's a lot coming up, but that with how long it took that combat round, there's a lot going on. Okay. And that's totally fine. Yeah, just we definitely wouldn't be able to finish it tonight, and this is probably the only real sane stopping point. Yeah, no. So just to keep in mind, these tabs right here are all related to monsters. That might work. Ooh. Now that's just greedy. I just relax. I just closed it because we're not in the middle of it now. My word, so flighty. Oh, I figured. Oh, I figured. He- Okay. Diplomatic. Okay. So I know that we didn't finish this one shot, but are there any thoughts, questions that you guys might have so far that you would want addressed? In what terms? Yeah, that is with the understanding that you are existing in the world of Faerun and not the Garden of Nurgle. Mm-hmm. Does he know that? Correct. Well, there you go. Sorry for not responding, Lemon. By the way, when I'm doing that, I can't like talk to you and not talk to them. Okay, Graham. Boo boy. Yay. Wah wah. Yeah, exactly. All right. For anybody that's sticking around here for a little bit, this is probably your time to ask like, any questions about, like I said, now is probably a good time to ask them questions. Well, thank you. Oh, yes, next Saturday, don't forget. Mm-hmm. Yes. Oh, boy. Alright. Oh, good, good. I tried to make them as flavorful as I can. Well, so since you got sucked into one, it does reduce the chances, but it's non-zero right now. So there's a pretty good chance you get a second realm, but there's two others beyond that that you also have a chance to kind of get sucked into. So you could end up with a total four. No, actually, none of these are related to the Skaven at all. Dare I say they're worse? Don't worry about it. Yeah, I did think it was funny. You guys were like, Scurry? Is that man a rat? I know. See, that's how you know it's good because now I got you guys thinking: is that a rat? Could that person be a rat? Are, are they all rats? I mean, the good news is you might see that rat again. I know the rat you're talking about. He did get away. Yes, he did survive. There, there is also. I'm gonna give you guys like a little teaser. There is a fairly small but pretty decent chance that you guys get a different villain that'll like pop in. Yes, if you are not careful. Somebody said that earlier, yes. No, no. And yes, Mike, that was Graham. Omen's character Graham rejected his fiend and became a warlock in service to the abomination. But yeah, just I know. I love my boy Alan. But yeah, so that's why we kind of had to end it here, is because there's just no way we were gonna get through it in a reasonable time. We would be up for like, at this rate, probably another good solid 4 hours. What I'm hearing is, yeah, I don't know about y'all on West Coast, but here in the Midwest over here, we're pretty rocking. I can't deny. Matter of fact, double it. Freaking, I knew West Coast was weak. All right, okay. Well, if you guys don't have any questions or comments, tips, positive things to say, negative things to say, we can end it here. Yeah. Well, freaking plan ahead first because you have so much time when you're sitting there before it gets to your turn. Figure out what you want to do while someone else's turn is going on. Yeah, because like there was a lot of times it was like, oh, it's my turn. Okay, hmm. Well, now hold on a second. Let me think. So yeah, just kind of having in your head what you want to do before it gets to you. Then when it gets to you, it's just a quick like, okay. So for my turn, I want to do this. I'm gonna roll the dice, and then okay, does it hit? Does it not? Okay, it does hit. Roll my damage that I want to do, or they need to do a Constitution save, a Charisma save, whatever it is. Have it all ready to go. Yeah. So like, I noticed that Swain had that going pretty well. Then Omen also had his stuff ready to go for the most part there, and then. Well, yeah, we're not playing anything right now. I don't blame him. For shame. Don't worry. We'll be back next Saturday, so you won't forget. I was gonna say he probably wouldn't recognize him, given he's just a big old wolf man. Yeah, who's that guy? Richie. Oh, that's yeah. That name sounds familiar, but I can't place it. Wow. No, I told you there were. Yeah, I'm dead positive that I said that there was going to be returning players. I've said it multiple times throughout this week, too. I said there was going to be 4 returning and 4 new, and it was going to be a very exciting time. Yeah, so far at the time, what was that date again? The 24th. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, which then, let's see, what time was that on the 24th? Let's see. Yeah, that was 17:19, which was 5:19 my time. Literally everybody 2 hours after that started just like spam sending in stuff. The whole last minute deal. I'm just saying, like, when everybody's doing it last minute, sometimes there's going to be information that falls through the cracks, I'm afraid. Yeah, you and Famous were, like, pretty early, actually, if I recall. Yeah, for you especially. And then today, like, a couple hours before it started, like, I forgot to ask, can I change, like, this stuff? Like, am I able to do this? And at that point, I was like, just take it. You know what? Just go for it. You do whatever you want, baby. Yeah, I gave you that, and then you're like, oh, but I should be able to speak when I'm in a wild shape. It's like, no, you can't have that. That is sure, yeah. Do you know what the rules are? Their guidelines is what they are. And it works. It works perfectly fine when it's in Faerun. There can be. I think I'm gonna get myself a good mask that I think would befit a god. I don't know what yet, though. The, the plague mask? I think it's a little too on the nose. Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh boy. What is it now? What's that? Oh my goodness. Hold on. Look at that. When did you get that? Oh my gosh. Most certainly a Raw player. Bugs me the Raw Dixie. Raw's not Raw. You respect it? Yeah, the thing is, there's a lot of stuff that I allow and things that I don't allow with my stuff. So yeah, I am not a Raw. Yeah. It's too perfect. It's just too perfect. Okay, thanks for playing. League of Legends? You kidding me? Bellum now? You think you got energy for Bellum, bud? Alright, we'll see you later. Yeah, exactly, yeah. We're gonna get on Bellum, aren't we? Oh boy. What are you gonna do on Bellum? You're just gonna fall asleep? What are you gonna do? You're just gonna sit there like, oh no, guys, I'm so tired. There's a dude over there. Oh, wow, I'm so tired. I'd like to shout, but I can't. I can't do it. Grenade. Yeah, you know that's exactly what would happen. Okay, that's totally fine by me. We're gonna see. I need to go upstairs and double check a couple things with kids and stuff. If they're good, I'll probably be able to go for my normal time. Yeah. In fact, let me go do that right now, then we'll determine what's going on. On what? Alright, Sway. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you had fun. Remember, next Saturday. Okay, we'll see you then. Have a great night. Alright, we'll see you later, Dark. You gonna hang out for a wee bit? Alright. Oh, very good, very good. Yes. Alright. Okay, I will be right back. Okay. It's been going pretty good, Steel. We didn't finish the, we didn't finish the one-shot, unfortunately. But we are going to reconvene next Saturday to finish it. So that'll be good. I'm going to keep this nearby. Do that. I gotta run up and check on kids and stuff. Probably plug my phone in, too. I'll be right back. Give me just a couple minutes. Yeah, it was really unfortunate, but combat didn't go as fast as I thought it would. So we're gonna kind of reconfigure the one shot and make it a little bit smoother and let the story flow. So I hope so too. But give me just a second. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Yellow. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to get off. Yeah, we'll get some games over the weekend, yeah. Okay, good night. Alright, boys and girls, just like I told Bowies, I'm sorry, but today we're gonna have to end it just a little bit early. I'm gonna head back upstairs with the kids and the wife and all that. But we will be back on Monday, and it will be Factorio. And I will be playing Bellum this weekend. I might do a little bonus stream for Bellum since we didn't get our normal Bellum Friday. Not a guarantee. Not a guarantee at all, because there's a good chance it just doesn't happen at all. but I will see what I can do time-wise on that. And if I do a surprise one, I'll let you guys know. But I hope you guys enjoyed D&D, and if you do like the D&D, please let me know any suggestions that you might have. And just let me know if we should keep going with it, because I like doing it, and I want to see more of it as well, but... Bunny has a cold response thing. Yeah, so Bunny said that she had another key for me to come and, like, you know, do that with her, but I don't see the key. So I don't think that she sent it to me, so she probably ain't gonna give it to me, and that's okay. That's okay if that happens, so I hope that you and Bunny have fun, even if I don't get to have fun. But with all that being said, I'm gonna go crash. I will catch you guys on Monday at the latest. So, have a great weekend. We'll see you then.